Mm. What's up, Mr. Simulator? Ash, what's up? Lightning Sam, Cody, Nicholas. Oblivion, Sid. Messy Bean. What's up, Walker? Lol, Blake. Honestly, this should be done by 2 days from now, probably. I would think. I don't know. It depends how fast I get these layers done. These layers literally take no time in comparison to normal. I could literally like watch a video and then get a layer done real fast before I have to go somewhere or something like that. It's just insane. It's kind of insane. It would take 80 of these sections to mine out an entire world, which is insane. Okay, if anybody wants to know who's first, it was Mr. Simulator. He was first. If you guys want to know who's actually first. Because I'm literally the only person that knows who's first. Or who would guarantee know who's first, at least. Well, it's kind of your problem, isn't it, Nicholas? Or your fault, at least, in that case. Thank you, Light Unicorn, for the $2 donation. Thank you. Good to join as well. Nice for you to join. What's up, Commander? What's up, Eric? What's up, RC, Raffy? PS name is Bedrock Massacre. And I'm finally online for once, so. No space, or one space, no capitals. Actually, you could probably just type in Bedrock Massacre and it'll show up. Alright, see ya, Ash. What's up, Mr. Yellow? How far are you to the Farlands? Just curious. What's up? A wait, a jar? Is that how you said that? What's up, Meowdy? So what'd y'all think of the time lapse? Even though I still screwed up. Like, I didn't even notice a section was missing. That's how hard it is to actually notice, because you really aren't paying attention, to be honest with you. Well, at least for me, I'm not very detailed oriented. I'll make mistakes very easily when it comes to stuff like that, so. What's up, Chibi? I only have 12 layers. What's up, Emerald? Yeah, I only had 12 layers, so I'm good. Yeah, I finally know how to edit properly for once. Wait till the 50% video. I'm gonna try to create some effects, or some new effects, or at least attempt to. I'm still getting pretty decent at how to actually use effects for, I actually did know that platypus. I'm kind of surprised I remember that actually. What's up, JXB? Yeah, that was definitely something. I'm gonna try not mess up, and I actually know how to use Adobe Premiere effects properly now, and how to properly transition and stuff like that, so that's nice. I didn't know how they were poisonous, I just kind of knew that they were poisonous. I have no idea why. Also, I just realized we're on diamond level. For some reason, I just noticed that. Even though you can technically get diamonds on level 17, it's extremely rare. Very, very, very rare. Like, people saying you can have diamonds up to 21. I don't believe that until somebody shows me a picture of a diamond on layer 21 up to 20 or 21. I'm not going to even take their word for it, because in this world I've only found like 5 or 6 diamonds above layer 16 out of how many chunks have I mined out? 1,468 chunks. 60. Wait, no. Yeah, 1,400 and I don't know, something like 1,400 chunks or something like that. Absolutely insane. Okay. Dang, that's pretty insane. So there's no really actual limit to it's like coal basically, but just rare. I think coal you can get up to 128 or something like that. It's insane how high you can get coal in the overworld. It says right there. It says it right in the question. It says it right in the comment. 117. What's up, Logan? It's right there. If you mean all the way the scaling, then yeah, it's 8 to 117, but oh yeah, diamond, wait, shoot. Oh shoot, wait. I see why you have SE Trickster now. More personality stuff. I'm not gonna go into that because I've already like fleshed out that, to be honest. I already fleshed out that topic. Now if I found out more stuff, then I'll try to discuss it. But for now, I've kind of mastered the basics of the science, to be honest with you. Shoot, I forgot about redstone. For some reason, this is my first piece of redstone. I hate the fact that redstone is like, oh god, I'm gonna go and just do this. Redstone is like super common, but only at like specific levels. It's kind of annoying actually. It's very common. That would make sense, honestly. Um, the only thing I don't have much experience in is practicing typing people, which I possibly could get a job in sales soon, which is going to be nice. Fighting the Wither is pretty terrifying, not gonna lie. If you don't know exactly what you're doing, good luck. Go to the bottom of the Nether and fight the Wither. Do it, because it saves you, because you can hide under Bedrock. Just hide under the Bedrock and fight the Wither from there. Use the bow, and if you have to, just finish it off with the sword. Obviously there are probably more complicated ways, probably better ways to do it, but that's the simplest way I could possibly think of. Is just go to the bottom of the Nether and hide under Bedrock, place the stuff, or place it and then hide, or something like that. You have enough beacons to make the full node. That's pretty insane, actually. Put in perspective, I only have enough to... Wait, a full beacon? I only have enough to make 2, which I know that sounds insane, but considering I'm mining the entire world, I know I'm not strictly going for diamonds. That's still kind of insane. Well, you can go under caves. Not every part of the Nether is lava. It goes through obsidian. It goes straight through it. That's why I'm saying go to the bottom of Bedrock. It can't destroy the Bedrock. It can't even fight you when it's there. Like, you can literally just camp it. You're basically camping the Wither. What's up? Lindsay or Linza. Wait, you're talking a full max beacon in turn, like full max diamond beacon? You mean a level 4 beacon? What the heck? Let's ignore that. Give me a second, actually, I'm not ignoring it. I'm back. Yeah, how long did you spend mining Messy Bean to get that much? That's not very common, I've seen normally for people when it comes to mining. It's pretty insane. What's up, Frank? That one band kid. We need not a lot. That's 2,200 diamonds. I'm pretty sure you're being sarcastic there, but my god. I can actually probably make 3, actually. I can make 3 double beacons. I think after I mine all of this stuff. What's up, Josh Stoner? Okay, the double legacy is because Dark, he did it twice. What's up, Bayou Cougars? You're gonna miss the 50%. I hope you at least watch the video. You don't have to, but I'm just gonna warn you. 50% is guaranteed within a week. Okay, I was like, it's not to say, like, I know people talk about like 3 stacks of diamonds being a lot. Oh god, pickaxe. But 2,000? Like, I mean, I know I was gonna get a lot because obviously I'm mining an entire. Did I miss some? Okay, I guess I lost some diamonds somehow because of replacing my inventory. Okay, fine. I guess I missed a couple diamonds, whatever. It was like 5 anyway. That's why I called him a double legacy Patreon, just because he literally did it twice. He used an alt just to do it. What's up? People getting lamped? I mean, to be honest here, probably like 95% of all people who have Minecraft haven't even probably even made a full max beacon, to be honest with you. That's not even accounting for people who like have the max beacon. Because obviously not a lot of people spend that much time to make a max beacon, to be honest with you. They're only good for very specific purposes, but they help a lot in those purposes. Especially with insta mining. Oh yeah, Fortune 3. You know what? Actually, that actually makes sense though. 2,200 diamonds with Fortune 3. What is that? 1,000 diamonds? That's still 1,000 diamond ore. I mean, I guess yeah. I mean, I guess it's not as much as I was thinking. For some reason, I was thinking like diamond singlets, but that makes a little bit more sense. I think for me, I think I've mined over 3,000 diamonds, which is insane. Like 3,000 diamond ore. That's not counting fortune. Yeah, even fighting, I think at least 90% of the Minecraft community hasn't even fought the Wither either, which is kind of a thing. I mean, even fighting the fighting the Ender Dragon, probably 80 or 75% haven't even killed the Ender Dragon. Even then, like I know a friend, actually, um, two people that live together. They haven't even killed the Ender Dragon. They've played Minecraft more than I have, or at least in the past. I've played a lot recently, so obviously because of this project, but they haven't even killed it. I killed it almost every survival world I made. I killed the Wither almost every survival world I made as well. I've killed the Wither quite a few times, I would have to admit, to be honest. That's why I'm saying I don't like playing survival worlds anymore, because I've fleshed out survival worlds to the point of no end, to be honest. I think the only thing I haven't really petered into is, actually, you know what? Never really cared for building or redstone, so I never really cared enough to do it, so yeah, that's the thing. But I have fleshed out survival Minecraft way too much. To the point where I don't even really like care for it anymore. That also makes me not even care for the updates anymore either. Literally, this project's the only reason I'm even playing Minecraft in the first place. I think the only thing I would do is like Hypixel or something like that. If I wanted to go back into Minecraft, other things in Minecraft. Only thing. Like PvP or parkour or something like that. Like some kind of skill or something like that to get good at. Just because. I think that'd be fun. I sent you I can send you an invite. I don't know why. I'll try to invite you. Just put your name, put your uh gamer tag in the Patreon. Just send a message to me. I'm not too sure if you've done it yet, but nobody's joined it, which is weird. Like it's kind of weird that people can't join the server. I don't understand. I made this. It's not even a server though. It's a realm. I mean that makes sense, considering your type. It's crazy how much your type actually affects how you play things. It's crazy. You can actually almost tell somebody's type by the way they play. Um, the mindset of each of the types can actually warp the way you play. In a way, at least. Like me and Kilo have almost the exact mindset when it comes to Minecraft. It's like to a T. It's kind of scary, actually. I talked to him about it. We basically are basically the same person, just with slight differences. That makes sense though, considering we're a very similar type to each other. I think the only person I know who is similar to me, I think has the same type as Kilo is Lightning Sam. He mentioned him being an INTJ, but I'm not too sure. It makes a lot of sense considering he forgot how I dried sponges. That comment alone, I was like, yeah, that makes perfect sense, to be honest. What's that? Neutral? Yeah, depends on what you like about Minecraft, to be honest. Is going really strong? I mean, you have the same type as Kilo, and he walked to the Farlands, so I'm just gonna mention you do have a lot of, like, willpower wrapped up behind you. I'm just saying. I'm just gonna mention that real fast. You have, like, a lot of power when it comes to the willpower. in general. That is if you are an INTJ, which it sounds like you are. Yeah. Like, if you put your mind to something, you could pretty much do it. Like, I'm just saying. You will hold on to things very quickly. Well, not quickly, you will hold on to them for a long time. To be fair, this project's really taking my will. This project's really putting my willpower to the test, though. To be honest, it's like really, pushing it. To be honest, and that's saying something. What's up, Ben? To be fair, you do kinda have TI demons, so if not a lot of things would actually make sense. I'm just gonna mention that real fast. But if you mean a different meaning, then yeah. But if you're talking about like this meaning this or this meaning this, yeah, it makes sense so because you would have TI demon, but yeah. Um they sh Bedrock they should at least update Redstone. Should be like Java. What's up, Gaming Master? At least they should update the Bedrock version to a minimum. What's up, Iconic Can? What? Did I even say that properly? Sounds weird saying that. Who? Wait, no, I think I know who that is. So I'm almost done with this layer, which is insane. I've only been doing this for like 30 minutes. And I took a break. Or not took a break, but I was doing something. Oh, in that case, I have no idea. I mean, if you really want to know yourself, just look up your type, to be honest. You'll at least understand behaviors and stuff like that of yourself. That's what I thought. I actually somehow knew myself, but I didn't trust my judgment of myself, which is weird, I know. But I technically knew myself, but I didn't. I was like literally split on myself. Mainly because of how I was kind of being pulled into different directions, if that makes sense. I think the real snap of not knowing myself is how different my obviously temperament is completely different from everybody, or at least most majority, at least 70% of the population. Record of forgetting something is 3 months. I definitely have that issue as well. drink something. Dude, it's crazy. Kilo's still gaining subscribers. He's at 27K, which is insane. To be honest. 27K. Jeez, man, that's kind of insane. Like, I know I had 27K at one point, but considering he's been gone for like 3 weeks now, he's still gaining that many subscribers. I think when he was gone, he had 22K. He's gained 5K, and he hasn't even done anything, which is hilarious. That's how many people. I wonder what he's gonna end at. Oh yeah, you definitely have bad memory. You should have decent short-term memory, Lightning. At least somewhat decent short-term. Obviously we're gonna have the worst memory though. Like me and you both are gonna have the worst memory of anyone here, unless somebody else is an INTJ or an INFJ. Which I'm not too sure about that one. I am a runner actually. Well, running, swimming, mainly. Running and swimming. Or at least I did. Okay, I almost fell right in. Wasn't paying attention. What's up, Zekoni-chan? I haven't seen you in like forever. I don't know when I actually last saw you. Makes sense. Probably an SJ type. I think I could be wrong about that. I'm making weird assumptions right now, or very, very vague assumptions. Don't look at the 16 personality types, Lightning Sam. Look up, if you want to know the difference, look up INTJ versus INFJ. By CS Joseph. Look up that video if you want to look at it. It's like 49 minutes or something like that, I think. Or is it 50? Just look up those and you could figure out which one you're which one's which. It took me a while to figure it out, but if you should know. Hopefully by the end of this video. Or at least midway through you should know. The problem is there's certain functions that can emulate certain other functions that could kind of emulate an INTJ or an INFJ. It's really weird. So pretty much like, are you empathetic or sympathetic? That's pretty much one of the big key factors between both of the types. What's up, James? What's up, cool Travis? Empathy is literally God. Empathy is INFJ. It basically, okay, empathy versus sympathy. People get these mixed up all the time. Empathy is absorbing other people's emotions in making decisions, I guess. It's using other people's feelings to make a decision based on decisions. Sympathy is using your own feelings to care, like, it could be also for caring for people. Using other people, using your own values to help other people, or your own feelings other people, like showing pity almost. It's kind of like that, even though there's some weird, like, obviously this fake pity, or like people try to like literally mock other people with pity, which is kind of annoying. Also, that's one layer done. It's been 39 minutes. This shows you how fast these layers go by, and I took a break too. Or not even a break, but you get it. Now you see why I'm already on layer 15. I'm gonna be mining out the Nether and the End, and then after that, I don't know. I'm still considering mining Mount Everest with a server of people, but I'm not too sure. To be fair, I think empathetic people feel like they have no feeling, and sympathetic people think they feel too much, pretty much. I know that sounds weird. Yeah, pretty much. It's how you view someone. Like, I value you, I value your importance, I value stuff like that. Like, it's straight up saying like I'm sorry, I care for you, stuff like that, versus like caring for another person's emotions, but you're actually just caring for the actual person themselves, using your own emotions. Oh, that's really weird saying that. It's hard to pinpoint, but you should know what the difference is between the both of them. They are very different things. Pie Guy, also welcome as well. It's sometimes hard to actually pinpoint between both of them. If you actually don't know what they are, if you don't really know what both of them are, it's actually pretty easy to say, like, oh yeah, that person's very sympathetic. Honestly, you should know if you're sympathetic or empathetic if you know your golden pair. Oh, God. Let me just tell you that much right now. If you know your golden pair, oh, you have to know your type, but if you think you're empathetic and you meet your golden pair, um, you should know if they're sympathetic or not. Or you should really know, especially high FI users. ESFPs, ENFPs, if you meet them, you know for sure what sympathy means. I'll tell you that much right now. You can even see it somewhat in ISFPs, but not really, because they're not as outward about it like extroverts are. Extroverted sympaths. It's like almost too much emotion. It's like makes me want to explode on the inside. It's like I never knew empathy could be so strong, but my god, it's like it's so it's not even explosive, it's like tension, but it's I feel like my body's about to explode with emotion. And it's not even mine. It's not even my emotions, it's just other people's. It's even worse when it's prior experiences? What? I'm not too sure what you're getting at there, Pie Guy. Like, I can kind of tell an empath versus a sympath. Like my cousin, he's actually an ISFJ. I knew he was empathetic, or I knew he had FE, which is extroverted feeling, which is empath. I knew it because I have it myself. I just kind of can tell. It's harder to tell FI users, or it's harder to tell between lower FI users. Dude, use the type grid. Lightning Sam, use the type grid, use the video. Don't, if you want the accurate result, use INTJ versus INFJ video. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Use who are the INTJs, who are the INFJs. You should know, because here's the thing about those 16 personality type things. The funny thing is, oh god, the description of it is actually a little bit more like an INFP than an actual INFJ, to be honest with you, because of how the lettered academies work with the MBTI lettering system. So I don't recommend the 16 personality types or 16 personality website for descriptions. Like I thought INTJs, I fit INTJs very well. Oh no, the difference between types is way more different than people actually realize. Until you actually really get into the science, you'll actually understand how different these types actually are from each other. Like an ISFJ and an INFJ or something like that, completely two different people, even though they're sensing versus intuitives. Just one letter off. Yeah, because they're totally not completely different. Versus one is very dutiful and one is very will desired, or try to desire, literally opposites from each other. They just have the same kind of persona in a way, off of first appearance because of their FE parents, but yeah. Hmm. Alright, see you. Bye, you cougars. Dang man, if you just want a lot of resources in general, go to layers like 18 and 19 and 16. If you want a lot of resources in general, just go to those layers. Give you a ton. Like not layers like 12 because diamonds. I mean, obviously, if you just want a bunch of resources without, if you don't really care about diamonds that much, I mean, who wouldn't care about diamonds? But if you just want a bunch of resources in general, just go to layers like 20, between 20 and 16. You get a ton of resources in general. Like more resources than you do at layers like 12. What's up, Messiah? You're not gonna read anything. You're gonna have to look at the video, dude. You're gonna have to look at the video. If you want a slightly shorter version, I guess, do who are the INFJs, and then look at the who are the INTJs and see which one you seems more fitting, at least behavioral, from a behavioral standpoint. So Wither Bonnie. Oh, thank you, literally God. Congrats as well. And you are welcome as well. Like, it's really weird though. Um, like I always thought, like everybody tries to make themselves feel good. You really don't know how to make yourself feel good unless you actually know your type. Unless you're obviously an FI user, but that's besides the point. So like mine would be the only way I technically feel good about something is if I make other people feel good. Like it's literally, I practically have to be super self-sacrificing by default to even be fulfilled, if that makes sense. Obviously to a point, that is. Yeah. Still have to be ethically responsible with strengthening people, but still. So it's either watch either watch the Who Are the INFJs, INTJ, or INFJs, Who Are the INTJs, or watch the comparison between both of them, whichever one. Pick those out of those three, or those two methods. Either compare them based off of his videos, his both the original type archetypes, or watch the comparison between both of the archetypes. You farm pumpkins? That's interesting. Why did it die? I'll answer that question in a second. Hopefully somebody reminds me. For more people to come back. So I don't know if you're still here, Rafi. Oh, you're still here, okay. Um, you can guilt somebody into it to get the stuff back. Guilt is definitely, obviously, if you knew their type, you would know if they can get guilted or not, which is FE users. You can actually guilt them into things. Or like, yeah, pretty much if you knew their type, you can hit them hard with it and force you to get them back, or get them the book back. Like insult to their type, basically. You're basically insulting. So if you really want to like get somebody to listen or get somebody mad at you or anything like that, literally like look at that person's type and or you basically insult that person's type. You hit them in their weak points. It's like was it called like joint locking or something like that? It's like more in like I forgot what it was called. But you just hit somebody in their weak points, not physically but mentally. But honestly, I really don't know what else to say for something like that. Threatening really doesn't work as well as probably people think it does. I think threatening could actually backfire, especially later on. It's a classic size world. It's not an old world. I mean, I guess if you consider classic size worlds old worlds, then yeah. I don't know what that thing is called. I really don't know actually. Um, I know obviously the body itself has pressure points, mentally and physically. Oh god, I can't even imagine if you hit both. That'd be insane. Well, wasn't talking to yeah, it was CSJ. What's up, Carlos? Yeah, it was CSJ. Alright, see ya, Lightning Sam. Hopefully you figure out your type. I'm not even an hour done. I'm already 1.5 sections in. It's kind of insane, not gonna lie. I could get up to 5 sections done tonight. Or something like that. I could. You know, I could take some missions. Later on. After the end of the Nether, obviously. Or the Nether in the end. I could take some missions in the future. I forgot about that for some reason. What's up, Trevor? Yes, I am. I can't wait to make the 50% video. They're really fun to make, actually. That's kind of why I like the update videos. Especially since I actually know how to do I know how to do transitions properly now, for once. Hey, look, the end of my mine. Look at this. These mines went from here all the way to my base, which was like not that base, but like a little bit of an older base that I used to have it. I think I destroyed it at the 6 million mark. I'm not too sure. I forgot which one it was. I think it was. I think that was my celebration to hitting the world record, which I have no idea if it was actually a world record. I just put it. That's why I put a question mark in the title. I just know that that the record the 6 million the Mine Out the World with All Caps by Caperspade video. They mined around 6 million blocks, and I just use that as a reference. What's up, Christopher Landra? Nice. A 3DS edition? What is that, like 120, 256, right? It's pretty nice. That's like, what is that, 1.256 million or something like that? Lux? I don't actually know how much it is. It's like 1.226. Okay, you don't actually have to. I don't mean like you don't actually physically hit them. I mean, like, imagine if you did. I can't even imagine. It's hard to imagine, to be honest, but it's more of mental weak points. People talk about manipulation and stuff like that. This is the pinnacle of manipulation. This is the pinnacle of manipulation. There's general social manipulation. Now there's like more type-based manipulation, which is social engineering. Which in itself actually isn't a bad thing, but you can technically do it as a bad thing as long as the other person doesn't notice. Then they'll get mad at you and then probably leave you if you do it wrong. I'm just saying, so I don't recommend actually doing it unless it's your last resort or if you're exposing them for something. No, I meant, yeah, 256 by 256. Well, no, Messy Bean. I meant how much he mined out. He said a quarter of it, so about 1 point something million. So it's 4.8 million. It's 256 by 256 is 4.8 million, but if you take a quarter of that, which is, I have no idea what it is, but it's kind of, it's 1 point, no, it can't be 1.2, no, it's just 1.2, I'm stupid. It's just 1.2 million. That's pretty nice. It's like double the section, take the section, double it, and you got the how much you mined out. What's up, Pie Man? You're not late. You're only an hour into the stream. Honestly, I would consider late like 3 hours in. Which I know that sounds kind of crazy, but yeah. Yeah, I was kind of thinking if you had steps ahead there, Messy Bean. Just a bit. Yeah, it's not really late in my opinion. It's more of an opinion thing though. I think being late is actually kind of in a weird. I don't think there's any objective way unless I set a specific time. If I set a specific time, then you're objectively late. But if I don't set a time, or if you don't actually set a standard, then it's subjective. At that point. It's a good idea to go with the truth. Good luck. You better hope they're not a TI user. Or at least if they are a TI user, actually use guilt. Funny enough, if you tell the truth to a TEFI user, they'll listen. But if you tell that to a TI user, they probably won't listen as much, unless you ironically use feelings to guilt trip them with. Because obviously TI users are skeptical of other people's thoughts because they have their own thoughts. It's the complete opposite though for FITE users. They really don't know what they think. They just use other people's thoughts and the reference points of the thoughts to make their conclusions. What do you mean? Why am I going to the guilt tripping thing? Because if you want to get a TI user to listen, guilt trip. Well, actually, no, you don't actually have to guilt trip, but you kind of do at the same time. To get in the head of a TIFE user, you need to use some kind of feeling. You need to use it to get in their head because they have FE. TEFI users, you need to use logic and truth to listen, to get them to listen. Emulate to get into an extroverted function, you gotta use an introverted function. You gotta emulate that function, which in this case it's TIFE or it's TEFI. That's how social engineering works. That's how people get. That's how manipulation works, pretty much, in people. And technically, every social interaction is some form of manipulation, to a point at least. Because it's like, why would you use TI on TI? It's like, that doesn't even make any sense. You think a TI user is going to listen to another TI? They have their own thoughts. They don't listen to other people's thoughts. Unless it's so bad, unless it hits them hard in their extroverted feeling. Or if they know they're making people feel bad or they're hurting other people, then they will stop and listen. But generally, TI users don't, and this is coming from a TIFE user. Or the opposite. They know how they feel and stuff like that, but they don't really care for the feelings of other people, to be honest. Sympathy with sympathy doesn't work. Empathy with empathy doesn't really work either. Unless the empathetic person takes the role of an FI user, then maybe. Which is technically still some form of social engineering. It's just very subtle. This is, okay, Ash, this isn't for, what I'm talking about is, if he doesn't listen, is what I mean. Like, if that person doesn't listen, and it seems like he's getting pretty angry at the person for not returning his book, but I'm not too sure about that one. This is if they don't listen, then this is what you have to do. This is the cognition of that person if they're a TI user. That's only if they're a TI user though. In that case, use the opposite. If they're a TE user, use the truth. If they're a TE user, use your feelings if they're a TI user. Pretty much as simple as I can put it. You're not really, I mean, you kind of manipulate. It's obviously manipulation. What I said earlier, manipulation in itself is a neutral thing. It's not actually bad or good. It's just society kind of imprints it on society. Society imprints it as a bad thing. But it really isn't. Because you can actually get people to listen to you and actually understand what you're coming from based off of what you're doing. Wait, you can't use Google Play Money? Did not know that. It's a big rip. I thought you could actually do that. That's kind of weird. It doesn't drink water loud enough. You want me to drink water louder? Because I can do it. God, that was such a weird voice crack. I don't know why my voice is doing this, to be honest with you. Kind of weird. Oh well. Diamonds and lava? What do you mean? Do you have a diamond pickaxe with you, Azala, by chance? If you're still doing the mining the world, if that's what you're talking about, I'm not too sure. But if that is what you're talking about, then if you do, this is situation based. If you have a diamond pickaxe with you and you already have diamonds, try to get a efficiency 4, unbreaking 3, fortune 3, silk touch. Wait, no, it's fortune 3, mending 1 pickaxe. Get that at least. It's the holy grail of a pickaxe, to be honest with you. It's kind of broken, actually, to be honest with you. It's kind of sad how good it is. It's too good. You know what I want to one time? I want to just see how many diamonds I can potentially get. I want to get I want to get that pickaxe right there. I just want to see how many diamonds can I actually get in a world, because you can get so many diamonds. Oh, thank you, Ash, for the $5 donation, and thanks for the, yeah, thank you. It's interesting that you can use play money, but do you have a diamond pickaxe with you, Azal? Do you have one by chance? If you already have one, just use that pickaxe to enchant, but if you don't have one, then just let me just say this. When it comes to this project, you have to play the game. You have to have different expectations, or not expectations. You can't really play it. You should play it differently than normal. Or you can just figure it out yourself as well. Or I've pretty much given you a step-by-step actually on how to do this project, to be honest. I basically gave a step-by-step at one point. I'll see if I can remember how the step-by-step works. Where's the elixir? You did use your Google Play money, didn't you? It was like 99 cents or something like that. No, it was $2, I think. The fact I'm already on layer 14 is insane, not gonna lie. I'm just glad I don't have to deal with as much water after this. Pretty much almost no water. It's a lot of land. It's gonna be so amazing. Is that a T or an F? Okay, it's a T. Thought I was going crazy for a second. So, Kayla? Yeah, it's pretty close. I'm pretty close, I mean. Getting really close. The next half should be quicker though, don't worry about that. It may seem like a lot, but honestly, I think the next 50 is gonna go by pretty quickly. Not gonna lie. Have I been collecting diamonds? I have no idea. Honestly, I don't really care that much, to be honest, about the diamonds. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still gonna be quite the drain, literally and, like, mentally. But it really shouldn't be that bad now, especially since I'm basically numb. Also, don't expect don't expect a huge reaction with this project. Possibly. I don't know. I think it depends on who's in the room. Who's in the like if I only have like 20 people, don't expect a huge reaction. But if I have like thousands of people, I think the tension would kill me like it did with Kilo. I think the tension I don't think it's even hit I don't think his reaction was him himself. I think it was like the tension from everybody else as well. I'm not sure about that one though. I know he's not really he can't really feel it other people's tensions, but he can kind of feel it with his own. Like I don't know how to explain it. I don't even know if he exaggerated his feelings towards the project. He knew that this project wasn't or that project wasn't too long of a project. He still had that big of a reaction, though, which is hilarious in my opinion. Well, thank you, Jeremy, for the $1 donation. It did go through. It's just it didn't go through super chat for some reason. I don't understand why. I'll still say who donates, but for some reason some people super chat and some people donate, which is weird. I don't understand why it changes or why some people can donate, some people super chat. It's really weird. Kilo as guest, like a guest commentator or like a guest miner? Like a guest commentator? That would be interesting actually. Rip. Actually about literally God, why don't wait, do Patreon. Just do Patreon. It's better because you actually get benefits. Can you do Patreon by chance? Sounds interesting, but could you do Patreon? Is that possible if you want to donate? That's another way you can donate. I think that would be interesting, the dynamic between both of us. God, dude. It'd be a odd dynamic, but at the same time, it'd be kind of interesting at the same time. Rip. We consider doing a private VC. We could do a private VC together. That'd be interesting on Discord. If we stream, that would be interesting. God, I just can't wait to get to 50%. I'm gonna actually, when I do the update video, I'm gonna walk around the entire thing. I'm gonna walk around so I know that I can literally, so people know that I can literally walk around half my entire world. What's up, Flamesword? Thanks for stopping by. I mean, to be fair, to be fair, I don't want to say 99% of people, but quite a handful of people. It's because most people value society and or value other people's values. It's a very warped perception of how people care about things. That's very warped, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie, most people don't really care about something unless other people care for it. But that's not everybody. It's only because a lot of... Actually, you know what? There are only a few types of people that actually care for something and disregarding what other people care for. It's like FI users. Actually, it's idealist FI users. Wait, no, it's FI... It's actually just intuitive FI users, I think, generally speaking. Especially pragmatic types, generally speaking. What? Wait, what do you mean? Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm really surprised nobody said anything about this. I completely forgot to do this. Like entirely. Give me just a second. Okay, I'm trying to read this comment personally. I don't think I'm one of those people. Something only because others do. You have feelings of it. You don't really have. So you're probably an FI user if you have your own opinions and feelings towards things. You don't really have it towards your own thought. It's more like towards things and values. It's what you value versus the thought. Because obviously you can't have TI or FI, so you can't have both of them at the same time. So if you just value your own, I mean, you could value your own line of thinking, but technically you aren't really valuing it. You're trusting it more than anything. If you value your own thinking, then you're TI. But if you just value your own opinions and your own feelings to make decisions, FI user, probably. Well, I mean, people who do stuff like that, it's like half of the population technically does that because half of the population are FE users that use other people's value, especially affiliative types, especially value societal rules. Pragmatic people don't really, but it's generally societal, like idealist and SJ types, a traditionalist. Therapy can be helpful. Some types are afraid to have their own opinions or are afraid to share their own opinions, which are ESTJs. That's their insecurity. Some types are afraid to share their own values and stuff like that. Like SFJs. ESFJs specifically. Oh, what else is there? What's up, William? Cave mining's kind of boring, not gonna lie. I mean, it's kind of fun seeing how many resources I can get, but generally I don't like cave mining that much, even though it's very efficient for resources, obviously. What's up, SPC? Yeah, honestly, it's purely just willpower. Yeah, pretty much. Some of them it's thinking, some of them it's feeling. Some people are afraid of what it's mainly just affiliative types in general have some form of fear. It's SFJs or ESFJs, INFPs, ESTJs. I think that's it actually. Those are the main types that have that type of insecurity. I'm not saying, but all affiliative FE users are afraid to share their own opinion because they kind of can't really. I'm not saying they're afraid to do it because they don't know how other people are going to feel about that value or are going to appreciate that their opinion enough. TE users or like TE affiliative users are more about their status. If they share their opinion or something like that and their status goes down, then they get worried or afraid of. That's, yeah. Or like types are afraid of what other people think of them, which is their status, if they share their opinion, even though technically they have the most valuable opinion. ISFPs kind of do this, but they're more pragmatic at least. Mainly INFPs. But yeah. I think being a jock is a weird stereotype, not gonna lie. I don't even know what even defines a jock anyway. I mean, if you don't go pro, then you don't get your, depends on what you want to do though. You just don't go pro. If you don't go to pro, then you don't go to pro. But a lot of people like to do it. Some people like to do it for recognition. Some people like to do it because they're actually passionate about what they're doing. Some people like it for the status. Actually, quite a few like it for the status. To say, oh yeah, hey, I was in the pros. Do you like me because I have this status? Actually, a lot of them are like that. But yeah. At least the more arrogant ones are like that. Even people who crave status, or at least the more humble ones, are a little bit better about it. Ooh, that sounds pretty bad. I don't really know what it means to be a jock, though. I really don't. Wait, I don't know what you mean. Like, what defines a jock? The stream crash again. Or did everybody just leave? I mean, if that's the case, I'm technically a jock, just it's not really like... It's more of like an offhand jock than... It's more of in the case of like... enjoyment than actually like. And if that's the case, I technically am a jock. But I mean, like, if you say sports is a life, I don't know about that one. I thought of as a jock like a very arrogant sport player, pretty much. Sort of. I mean, I'm not saying that's kind of a stupid stereotype, though. Because jocks are generally negative, or not the jocks themselves, but the context of jocks are generally very negative, which is kind of annoying, not gonna lie. A TV show Letterman jacket wearing. Yeah, it's kind of what I think of them as, to be honest. Sort of. I love that portrayal of them, though. It's kind of funny. Kind of sad, but it's kind of annoying at the same time. It also gives sports kind of a bad name. To be fair, though, there's a lot of things that give things bad names. Like the nerd stereotype. Like INTPs. Actually, technically all nerds. A negative connotation, once again. Yay. Gotta love those negative connotations towards words that even though they're technically not negative. Because everybody values what society says. Or does. Because they're always right for some reason. Which I don't understand. Well, I do, but I don't at the exact same time. It's like literally brainwashing. Too bad 70% of the people are technically susceptible to brainwashing. Which is kind of annoying. Actually, technically half of the population is susceptible to brainwashing. Obviously, the other half can brainwash. But generally, it's like 70% because of how high the functions SI, which is discipline, being told what to do, is very high within these types. Sports people is very vague. Like I literally just said earlier, another negative stereotype towards sports. Which is really frustrating, actually. Sports people. Yeah, it's such a general description of jocks. Even though I don't recommend saying sports people because that's very, very, very generic for how negative it is in the US. You're assuming basically, if you're going based off of, if we're going based off of the negative connotation, that's basically assuming that anybody who plays a sport is a jock, which is weird. Or is, at least by jock by definition of society, that is. Is that Teo? Yeah, pretty much. See a pie man? Well, yeah, because jocks aren't bad. It's just the way society brings them up. Even though technically jocks is a subjective term anyway, but jocks alone isn't really clearly defined, so if you're just calling jocks as a jock, that's literally just using what society values. Unless you have your own standard. If you're going by somebody else's standard, that's horrible. Or valuing somebody else's standard when it comes to since this term in general is very subjective anyway, so. Like, it's very subjective. That word is very subjective, even though people, it's still a negative term by default because of society. Coined it as negative. It's just perception. It's not actually true. No, you are not a jock. I don't even know what to define a jock as. I can't ask somebody because it's technically subjective. I know I asked somebody earlier, but now actually realizing how subjective this word actually is. It's very subjective. Speaking of more reputation, what about the reputation of rich people? That's a weird one because of how the US somehow, actually first world society generally, the rich are usually perceived as bad, as greedy money hoggers. No. Actually, no. The ironic thing is, they're actually probably the most generous people out there, honestly. Majority, I'm not saying all, obviously. I'm not, like, I don't know how many people would be technically generous and what isn't generous, but majority are generous. You thinking about businessman? Businessman's trying to solve people's problems because they're trying to start a company because they saw an issue in society and just decided to fix it. Or they're exploiting something, which in that case, yeah, just screw them. Like, seriously. Yeah. Yeah, if you guys want to talk about, what's up, Ivan? I know, I technically almost caused a fight, technically speaking. Actually, no, I didn't actually cause it. I started an argument. Oh, actually, no, the other guy started the argument. Even though he was inherently wrong anyway. In this situation. Yeah, it was weird. But my friend like escalated it badly. It was hilarious, but I thought he was about to like go at him, but and do mind you, this guy's like very probably one of the calmest people I know. Just don't get him mad. Just saying, like, actually, you know what? Don't get me mad. You wouldn't want to be mad. I'm just saying. I wouldn't want to get him mad either, though. I mean, you really don't want to get anybody mad, but some people it's like you really don't want to. I wasn't mad at the guy, but the guy that I technically cut because we were doing, I think it was 200s on the field, and I kind of cut in front of him, even though that guy was kind of had a bad rep anyway by default. And let's just say that I kind of cut in front of him one time because he was going a bit slow and I had to just make the corner. And then he got mad at me and I basically told him like, then why are you running so slow or something like that. It was pretty funny. It's like, that's the first time I've actually been in with an argument with somebody, like an actual argument with somebody. Like, I really don't get into arguments unless I know what I'm doing. And then one of my friends, and then he stepped in and was about to like go in on him. He like tried to defend, he defended me. He took it a bit too far in my opinion. I thought he was about to like, yeah, it's pretty weird. Even my own coach roasted him, to be honest. It was pretty funny. Actually, it wasn't even really a roast. He actually just gave him a lesson on what he shouldn't do, which was pretty interesting. It was kind of a roast, but it was like more of a wisdom type of thing. It was weird. Pretty cool though. Yeah, I just don't like the fact that the perception of rich people is kind of tainted because of this entitled. Technically, it's not their fault though. It's technically the parents' fault. It's not really their fault. It's the parents' fault for raising them like that, or at least telling them no about something. And then you could blame those parents for those, and then blame them for them, them for them, them for them. You really can't blame anybody for anything. You can only really blame the actions of a person, not really them. Because honestly, it's kind of ad hominem, it doesn't prove anything. That's why name calling technically doesn't do anything. You gotta hit them with what they did wrong, not them themselves. Question their actions, and they will probably listen. If you question their actions and they don't give you a direct why they're doing something, they're probably doing something bad. And then you can ask them why they have that belief, and then you can kind of just break them down piece by piece. Oh god, here we go, Kayla. Here's a little lesson on being rich. Do mind you, I've looked into finance, business, stuff like that. I know the truth behind business, finance, money in general. I spent like 2 months looking into it. Trust me when I tell you, the rich people that you would think of as the perceptive of being rich, a little different than you realize. Let's just say that well, you can't really change the luck factor, but you can change what you do. You can actually have those riches, well, sort of. This is all you have to do, ready? 2 ways. This is all you gotta do. Invest your income, save your income, save like 50% or whatever you want. Hit a target amount, invest it in an index fund. A Vanguard index fund. They give the lowest amount of fees. Generally you want to get around, you want to get the total stock market, the S&P 500, mainly those, or the real estate index funds. There's something called the 4% rule, pretty much where you can 4% rule is basically where if you can hit wait, no. If you can invest, I'll just give an example. It's harder for me to actually explain this. So it take 500,000. If you figure out your expenses, actually this is probably the most important thing, is figure out your expenses, figure out how much you need to live on. Take that amount, that yearly amount, and times it by 25 or 30. Actually, I think 30 is guaranteed. Times it by 30. If you put that money into an index fund, no matter what, if you can take out 3% of the principal, or 3% of the extra profit that you get, and you get, you basically can live on that forever. You're financially independent for money. You never actually have to touch money again, or you don't have to touch any income source ever again. But yeah, that's pretty much it. And well, not even just that. If you keep that money, so if like you go above and beyond, so if you had like $1 million or something like that, and you can live on 20 grand per year by yourself, obviously. This is kind of extreme. You basically have to go minimalist to do this. Go 40% actually. 40 grand a year. Let's just say you invested like 1.25 million or something like that, which you technically don't have to do that right off the bat because you can actually invest the money over time to get to that amount. So yeah. Keep doing that. There's calculators for that actually. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, you pretty much just... And if you want to continue to work, you can become a millionaire by saving, what, like 15-20% of your income to invest per year. I don't remember what the calculations were to get $1 million. I have no idea. It was like $12 a day, I think, or something like that. By the time you're like 65, you have $1 million at least to consider yourself a millionaire. Obviously, here's the second thing is the big bucks. You either increase your income by doing other jobs, better paying jobs because it's all about a service. It's what service you bring to the economy. The bigger the service, the bigger the problem, the bigger the rewards. Pretty much. Or the bigger the problem, the bigger the service, the bigger the rewards. The more you serve, the bigger your service, the bigger the service you provide, something like that, the more you'll get rewarded for your, for what you do. Like most businesses, to be honest. That generally can be true. Generally most rich people that listen and actually learn from their mistakes can grow. Because they usually do something wrong or something bad happens to them, so they try to avenge it and actually stay self-disciplined. They change. Their life basically resets. And they stay self-disciplined to make up for all of that lost time that they used to not make up for the lost time from the tragedy that could have happened or something like that. It shouldn't freak you out. Apparently from people that are like 40. Well, yes, it's possible to do it, Kayla, but it takes a lot of self-discipline. You basically... You can do it, technically with the family. You better be pretty good at budgeting, though. Or practice budgeting. It takes a lot. Like, there's a reason why not many people become millionaires, but you can become one. It's totally possible for a normal person, even with a family, to do, but it's just... And yes, many people do it. It's not, I'm not saying that. Obviously, I can't say that past experience or anything like that. Oh yeah, I mean, colleges are literally businesses. Masked for education. Blame the government for that. For turning colleges into businesses instead of actual education. Blame the government for a decent amount of that, to be honest. I think I know your type, Kayla. I'm not too sure though. Based off of what I've been hearing, at least. I think I know your type. Your personality type, at least. What's up, Samuel? I'll drink again then. Hopefully you heard that. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention real estate's a great way to get income actually. It takes quite a bit of work, but you can do investment houses and stuff like that. Investment properties. Even land. I think the person that I'm actually, the land that I'm living on at is actually split into 3 properties, or something like that. Or something like, I don't really know actually, but you get the idea. I thought it went through the blocks for a second for some reason. God, how bad am I at shooting with this thing? God. Dang. What's up, Nick? Dang, man, it's already been 2 hours. That's kind of insane, actually. I know a person who actually bought over I think it was 990 acres or something like that. I calculated it up like a couple years ago. If they sold the property right now, it's like $3 million or something like that. Holy Jesus, man. It's insane. See ya, Nick. Wait, what are you talking about? I definitely do have to agree with Ash's point, not gonna lie. The way you worded earlier about how most rich people, and I think you're blindly assuming that I literally clearly stated, let me give me a second, there's a little thing. Where's your comment at? I should have stated this earlier. Stock traders actually over 80% don't even make money. I'm just gonna mention that, like, day traders. Not the hedge funds, but day traders literally lose only 20% even make money, make profit, which is insane. Where is your comment at? Dang, where did I miss some of these comments? I think I was out when I saw this. Yeah, there's a lot of stereotypes when it comes to the rich. Oh, you were saying bye? Oh. Uh, Alright, see ya, William. Hopefully it's done by the time you're back. Hopefully it's done by the time, you get back. There's a comment you made. Well, I mean, some people do kind of start from nothing. If you mean nothing, I don't know what your terms are nothing, but like over 90% of millionaires are actually self-made. I think it was like 96. Go look up Dave Ramsey. He has studies on it. Or something like that. It's insane. I'm pretty sure. I don't know what the actual statistics are, but it's way higher than. Oh god, it's way higher in terms of self-made than people realize. Wait, what am I doing? You mind just study was based off of literally like thousands of millionaires or something like that. It's insane. The problem with stocks is the electric companies, like all the commodities, all the commodity trades and stuff like that, they're not they don't grow a lot, but they are great for shoot, what is that term called? I'm trying to remember my terminology. They are great for dividends, there it is. Stable dividends, not the growth. But if you're trying to like earn money, like let's just say this, go into index. If you're gonna do stocks and you want something safe, or at least if you want something that's kind of safe but is like grows at least, do stocks. Do index funds, I mean, which are a collection of stocks because they're way more consistent than just stocks. Unless you want to be a day trader, then don't do it. Right now, they're probably okay. I mean, airline stocks. I would go into airline stocks right now. If anybody here is going into stocks, do airline stocks now, or at least reasonably soon. Right now, I'm just saving. Kind of have to be honest with you. No, the best one is United Airlines. Actually, Boeing's pretty good. Never mind. Yeah, Boeing's really good. I think probably the best is United Airlines. Boeing is probably one of the at least top 3. It's hard to really say though. Wait, where did I stop? I don't remember. What's up, Mad Pillow Toffee? Rip. No, the best airline's United Airlines, to be honest with you. You can get the highest return. I mean, that could have changed though. It's been a little bit, like a month or so since probably a little bit less than that actually, since I've checked. But the best one I've seen is United Airlines, at least in terms of profit. At least in the future, that is. You can get like at least twice the amount of money you get. God dang it, whatever. Wait, what? I'm thinking back to when you said something about the comment I made on... Wait, what do you mean with the Nether? Time-lapse in the Nether? What? So earlier we were talking about like typing. Did you figure out what type you were? INTJ or INFJ? You actually do kind of sound more like an INFJ now, really thinking about it now. But I'm still not too sure about that. What about the time-lapse in the Nether? I don't understand. I never read a comment about time-lapsing the Nether or whatever it was. Whatever the comment said. I am 19. If you think you're INTJ, I'm not too sure. You can, god dang it. Go and verify. Just verify both videos. Actually, if you have to, look at all 3 videos. Look at who are the INFJs, who are the INTJs, or look at the comparison between both of them. No, screw it. I'm just gonna mine in this thing. I'm just gonna mine through it. Screw it if I hit lava. Because I probably will. I think he was kidding. Okay, I literally hit right into lava. I was kidding, game. You didn't actually have to take that seriously. I've never even heard of that show. Mad Pillow Toffee. Oh yeah, I responded to you. I said I was drying sponges. I could probably finish 2 more sections, maybe. It depends if I run into any big things in the lava, because the lava isn't going to be that much of a problem, to be honest with you, because it's a tiny section, so. I hate how much lava I actually had to get rid of. It's crazy how much lava there is actually, in the world. It's like, you can't mine the last 3 layers without going insane. Go and try to mine the last 3 layers of a constant-sized world. It's not pretty. Because you have to deal with the lava very, very frequently. Very, very frequently. I'm just glad the job I possibly am going to be getting is, has good hours, which is quite nice. Gives me time to actually still stream and stuff like that. I'll have to move the stream time, though. To, like, 7-11? Or something like that. At least. What's up, Daniel? Grisham? I will not replace the holes in the walls. And the bottom. I think I'll try to mine all the ores. I want to make it look at least somewhat natural, though. At the bottom of the world. I want to make this world look pretty natural. I don't want to make it look too artificial. I want it to be pretty natural. The only blocks I'm getting out of the oh, I forgot about the ore on the wall. Whatever, I'll keep that there. I forgot about that. The ore on the wall could be a problem, but the ore on the floor is the only thing I'm keeping. Everything else is staying. But I'm gonna try to fill in every hole though, at least. Make it as flat as possible. Stream time is between 8:30 and 9:30 down to like 12. So yeah, I'm gonna move it quite a few hours back, like 2 hours back, 2.5 hours back. Well, it's gonna look, the terrain, like the walls and the floor are gonna look natural. I don't mean artificial in terms of like, well, natural in terms of Minecraft structure, not in terms of just looking generally natural. I don't even know what I'm saying or how I'm saying this. I'm not trying to make it natural to the standards of people, but in terms of Minecraft, if that makes sense. That's better. So I wanted to look natural, the walls and the floor look natural, but I want to keep, obviously I'm mining the entire world, so. The only thing I'm not keeping is the ore. That's the only thing I'm gonna try to get. Everything else is gonna be filled in though. Or left, whichever one. I forgot about the wall. I forgot about the ores on the walls. I may just keep those on the wall. No, it's 8:30 p.m. Not p.m. Central U.S. time. Between 8:30 and 9:30 Central U.S. time. That's when I stream. I'm gonna have to move it soon. Actually, I'm gonna have to move it very soon because I'm actually doing a side project thing where I can earn some money, which is gonna be quite nice. Something decent for like a week. And then I'm gonna have to move it pretty soon actually, because I have to get up pretty early. So yeah. What's up, German Empire? And this is fine. Like I'm gonna try to keep the walls pretty normal. So I only have 11 layers left. I want to finish this layer, and I want to finish one more layer. At least. Crazy saying that when I, compared to the last sections. I could barely finish 2 layers on the last sections. It is 11:27 p.m. I'm probably gonna be learning C++ soon actually, just to test it out, just to see what I can do. Kinda interested in coding. To be fair, Ash, I'm pretty sure I know your type, and you probably devalue yourself constantly like I do. I don't recommend doing that if you do that. I'm just saying. It's not healthy. Well, you do it naturally, but especially in terms of anything, honestly. kind of do it as well, actually. To a degree. It's just understanding self-worth more than anything. What's up, sleep demon? Is C++ really that bad? What's the difference between C, was it C pound sign and C++? What's the difference? Yeah, that's pretty much what we gotta do, is just make other people feel good so we can feel good. That's pretty much, that's how we develop our, critic. It's called FI critic. That's pretty much what we gotta do, to make other people's feel better. We make ourselves feel better. If that makes sense. Yeah. Well, yes, they always do find stuff that they don't like about themselves, but there's a point, there's a limit to self-deprecation where you literally just, like, don't almost care about yourself whatsoever. And yes, some types do it naturally, like ISFJs and INFJs, like me, technically do it naturally. Actually, I think all FE users kind of do it naturally. At least high FE users do it. Like, you really don't want, like, I'm not saying show humility, don't be arrogant, but there's always a balance between showing your own self-worth versus not showing that you're like the big shot in the league, if that makes sense. It's like kind of neutral about talking bad to yourself, because it's like you kind of need a slap in the face sometimes, but sometimes you kind of want to just bring yourself up. Literally, it's just humility. If you show humility towards other people, people will bring you up. But if you show, also self-deprecation's kind of manipulative in a way, to a degree. That's how people perceive self-deprecation to people, about yourself. It's kind of manipulative in a way. Because it's almost like you're trying to, this is perception, don't get me wrong. This isn't probably what you're coming off as, or what people come off as, but, or what they're meaning, but if they, do mean this, then it's pretty manipulative, because they're trying to get people to empathize with them or sympathize with them. Unless they absolutely need that feelings to go away, or, talk to somebody about it. Like, talking things out, that can help quite often. It's just having the guts to talk about it, obviously. What's up, John? Yeah, that's pretty much it, though. Sounds like an ISFJ thing to say, to be honest. If you really need to know yourself well, look up CS Joseph ISFJ. I highly recommend it. It's pretty brutal though in some points. I'm just gonna mention that real fast. It's pretty brutal that he talks about ISFJs, but it's more, he talks kind of about unhealthy ones, but he also talks about healthy ones. He kind of uses past experiences of how unhealthy ISFJs can get. But yeah. Not caring what people think has its limitations. To be honest, yeah, I mean, you shouldn't really care what people think, but at the same time, I mean, you should at least take in what they think, but you shouldn't, like, completely value what they say. Don't take it to heart, what people think, but don't completely disregard it. Just understand what they're saying, get to their point, and if you know their point actually doesn't make any sense, then just kind of move on, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, Rafi, that's a bit much, to be honest. That's like, that's a bit unhealthy of deprecation, self-deprecation. Like, if you're actually laughing about your own physical appearance, that's bad. I'm just saying right now. You might want to try to avoid doing that ever again, to be honest. Like, seriously, don't do that. Like, it's bad. Just don't. People don't really value that whatsoever, actually. It's pretty horrible. Because guess what? If you do that, people are going to perceive you as that, and then you get that image as that, and then you're kind of stuck with it if you try to change, and then, like, I mean, you can change, but, like, at the same time, it's gonna get harder and harder to get out of a situation like that if you actually at least stop doing that. Oh, thank you for that. I almost forgot. Thank you, Fazbear King. Also, I need to go put all this stuff in a chest. By how you're saying, I think you're an ISFJ or INFJ. If you do that by default, best thing to do is, also that's too much. Like, okay, if you're actually laughing about your own appearance, of how bad your appearance is, that's too much. Like, this is coming from somebody who doesn't really care about themselves that much. That's literally coming from somebody like that. I'm just saying, that's a bit much. That's too much. That's way too much. How to get out of it? Figure out what your purpose is. Figure out what actually makes you feel good. Ask people. Or change. Or ask people how to change. Or in real life, obviously. I mean, well, ask people how to change your status, I guess. But if you knew your type, even though for some reason you still don't know your type, even though I've given you all the resources to give you what your type is, I still recommend going into your type. You can figure out what actually makes you happy and how to get fulfillment based off of your type. Do that. I can sometimes have bad speech impediment. If I can just... It's funny though, I actually talk better when I talk louder. It's so weird. Oh, I didn't even see this. God dang it. Whatever. I'll deal with that later. Alright, see ya, Nick. See ya 2 months. Oh god. Because if I talk quiet, I have this weird wispy voice. You definitely notice it on stream, and I stutter. But if I increase my volume, for some reason, I talk better. I don't know why. I really don't know why. It's weird. Thank God these streams have actually helped me talk better in general, if that makes sense. I've gotten better at just talking, at least better in terms of my own type and stuff like that. It's got a wisp. It's got INFJ wisp if you want to look into it. It's like signature to this type. I've kind of gotten out of it, thank God for that. Also, why am I collecting dirt? I don't need the dirt. Sort of gotten out of it. Gotten out of it. God, dude. The stutter can happen pretty badly though sometimes. It actually annoys me that I stutter sometimes. It's like infuriating for me. Sometimes. You stutter when you get mad? I could definitely see that. It helps me be confident, especially since SE inferior. Afraid of how I come off to people. Yeah. It's kind of gotten out of it. I've kind of gotten out of it. It's pretty nice, actually. It also kind of helps me think a little bit better, to some degree. Sup, Ivan? I have the same problem actually. When I start talking, sometimes, at least generally speaking, I really can't stop talking sometimes. That's that's mostly introverts though, to be honest with you. At least quite a few of them, at least if they know what the heck they're talking about. That is. I mean, to be fair, you do have FE, going based off your type, Kayla, you do have FI, or FE Trickster, so... I mean, it would make sense that your type is pretty socially awkward by default anyway, so it makes sense, to be honest. I can be pretty socially awkward. I can usually handle situations, though, pretty well. It really depends on the situation, though, for me, to be honest. It really does. I won't talk almost whatsoever when it comes to conversations. Generally, I like listening to people anyways, so it's like whatever. Oh yeah, don't worry. When I talk fast, I stutter a lot. Embrace the awareness and the awkwardness, pretty much. Are you sure that's just not your perception, Ash? I really doubt that. That's probably your perception with FI parent or FI critic. It could be your perception though. Be honest with you, especially since I have the same function. I've actually done that before, Sam. Sometimes. I really only apologize if I interrupt, because I generally don't interrupt. I don't even actually mind being interrupted that much, to be honest. Here's the problem, though. Certain types, informative types specifically, that I'm talking about something, and then I get interrupted by somebody, and then I don't interrupt them when they talk, but when they interrupt me, I forget what I'm about to say because I go over point and over a point, and then I go to another point, and then I'm about to talk, I just forget what I was about to say. That kind of infuriates me, not gonna lie. It's kind of frustrating when that happens. And it's like, I don't want to interrupt them, so it's like, what do I do in a situation like that? Should I just tell them to, like, cut down their story, or, like... Especially stories. Oh my god. I think stories, when people tell me stories, it literally goes in and out of my ears, like, completely. I forget. I don't even think I'm consciously even, like, aware of stories, of storytelling. Somebody can tell me a story, I will forget immediately. I mean, practically immediately. So, yeah, that's quite frustrating. Yeah, I do too sometimes, John. Sales is gonna be interesting when I go into that, cause like, I know what to do, but like at the same time, I'm still slightly terrified at the exact same time. At least the streaming has taken my fear away about my voice. At least that's the thing. Thank God for that. It's taken that fear at least. Which is definitely one of the biggest fears I had, was about my voice. Because of FI inferior. Sorry, SE inferior. Yeah. Other than that, I'm pretty okay when it comes to things like voice, and I've gotten actually pretty decent with voice tone, sort of. It's been decent. I do have someone like that. Well, with the friend, it's not that bad. As long as I know that friend well enough, that is. I still get kind of startled because it's a new person, and I'm not expecting a new person. Like, when I'm not, like, let's just say it's when I'm expecting social interaction, I'm alright. But when I'm not expecting it, that's when it gets bad. I'm like, what the heck do I do? Like, I can't do spontaneous thinking or spontaneous talking. Okay, if you want to improve your mental health, Definitely look into your type. Definitely, like, I'm literally going into the science, single-handedly has gotten me out of a few problems with my mental health. I'm just saying. And it was really bad. Oh yeah, don't worry. I'll try to be natural, but at the same time, I know how to switch between multiple sides of my mind, or the multi-sides of my mind. It's like 20% talking, asking questions, and 80% listening. That's all it is. For sales. I don't actually forget faces that often. It's usually names. Names are, unless I wrote down a name for somebody, then wait, what am I doing? I'll go over there in a second. Names are pretty hard for me to remember, to be honest. Also, I'm just gonna mention, if anybody has any parental problems, look into yourself first before you ever make any judgments towards a person. Number one rule is look into yourself before you look into others. Because you will always have a warped perception of other people because of yourself. If you have a warped perception of yourself, or if your self is warped, you're gonna have a warped perception of the others. What's up, Lavender? Alright, thank you for checking in, and thank you for the $2. It's much appreciated. Honestly, this is really developing my unconscious, to be honest with you. Like, a lot, actually. It's kind of crazy. Like, this streaming has really actually improved me quite a bit in general. Like, you wouldn't think streaming would do that much, but it actually has, quite a bit. Look into, I have, you know, this is fine, the, Discord. There's a personality typing. I have all the definitions for a type grid. It's a type grid where you, interaction styles and temperaments that you can use. And I have all the definitions for every piece. So if you want to know how to accurately type yourself, highly recommend it, especially if you have mental health issues. If you have mental health, if you have mental health issues, then go, and it's a must, honestly. Go do it. Go type yourself using that grid. Do it now. I think Kayla, I think you're an ISTJ. I could be wrong about that. I'm just going based off of what I've seen today. I'm not certain about it though. Alright, see ya, Lavender. Of course you do. How to ski? Of course you're odd. If you're an INTJ or INFJ, you're probably odd by default, because you're like either 0.5 of the population or like 1% of the population. My handwriting sucks as well, don't worry. It's pretty bad. I can't write, I can write okay if I at least take my time, but I can't do it quick, definitely not. Some people can write very quick and very neatly. I really can't do that. It's pretty bad. I have a Discord. There's a channel called Personality Typing and Analytical Psychology. There's definitions in the pinned comments section. Look at the pinned comments, and you can literally, I have all the definitions for what it is in there. So if you guys want to look at it, if you guys have any weird mental issues, or if you just want to understand yourself better, look into that. Definitely. Especially if you have mental issues. It's basically a must, to be honest. And then if you know your type, look into it more, and you'll understand it a little bit better. Your cursive is better than your print. That's interesting. To be fair, if you had forgiveness definitely is. That's why you have to find yourself, so you can forgive yourself. That's pretty much it. It's finding yourself technically leads to forgiveness, because you can forgive yourself and actually others if you learn this science. If you go deeper into the science, you can actually learn other people, which is interesting on its own. Because it explains a lot of behaviors that people have, unhealthy or healthy. What's up, Minute? Like right now, I know my strengths, I know my weaknesses, I know my bad behaviors. I know what I should do, or what I must do for myself. How I find enjoyment, how I improve in things, all that stuff. How I learn, how I should learn, stuff like that. All of that I figured out within what the heck is within like 2 months. Alright, see ya, John. And Sam. What's up, Hayden? Oh, I forgot. I forgot coal and iron. hope that topic doesn't become too controversial. How did I not take damage there? Shouldn't, I hope, be too controversial, that is. Potentially, Hayden. I think I could hit 100k by the end of this project. It has a potential to, at least. It depends on how big I get. And if any of my videos blow up. That's pretty much it. Somehow. Or if somebody else blows me up. That is. Like it's blown up in the past. What's up, FTR? Wait, FRT18? Come on, I took damage from that, but not... Okay. Oh, screw it. I don't even have that much. Yeah, I'll put it down. It should be the last time I actually have to deal with. Alright, see a pie guy. So I want to finish this layer, and I think one more layer should do it for tonight. Also, I forgot to mention anybody who wants to put their name in this world, or they want their name on a sign, you can go to Patreon and sign up for that if you want to. It's quite nice. You can literally pay and then leave later if you want to, or something like that. It doesn't matter. It's like $1 up to 25. So if you can donate, just donate through Patreon, to be honest, if you want something out of it. I do not play on servers. Yeah, I don't play on any servers, to be honest. Actually, I don't play any at all. I'm glad I'm not the only one that hates the audio emojis. I don't play any other games besides Beat Saber and Smash. Okay, I'm gonna do one more layer, then I'm good for tonight. What's up, Diamond Eye Gamer? Rip. I actually have done that. What's up, DNA? RNA? Oh, wait, RN? I could. If you guys want to play Smash, you can send me I can make a server or a uh a room if you guys want to join in the future. It's kind of unfortunate. 200,000. It's kind of insane. I actually didn't know how much it was. It's still kind of crazy. Wait, who? What do you mean some mods have more power than what is good for the server? Are you saying there's too many mods? Or something? Right, see ya, this is fun. We could do something like that. We could do helper role. That wouldn't be bad. It's like a servant sort of to the server, but it's like a mini version of a mod. We could do something like that. Not really a servant. We're like a, well, kind of a servant, but not really. Can anybody check what layer I was on when I first started this stream? What layer was I on? Yeah, you should add it. You can add it. I mean, I have my own personal Facebook, but I don't actually have a Facebook account for Mythical. It is pretty stressful being a mod sometimes. I'm usually pretty decent at it though. To be fair, I'm kind of the last ditch effort. I can kind of go based off of what other people say, so I'm pretty good at perspective based things. It's like one mod could tell me this, and then it's like they pass that judgment onto another mod, and then that mod goes to me. And then I have a lot of evidence and basis and stuff like that, and then I make a decision based off of what's happening. And then boom, I make the decision. I actually do have a Twitter. I just don't use it besides notifications, but obviously we have Discord for that, so. It's even funnier though, being like the head of mods, because it's like I don't have to deal with a lot of tough situations, but there are some times I've never actually had to deal with some conflicting decision. I'm usually pretty good at it, making decisions like that, surprisingly. But I think it's because it's online. I think in real life it's a lot harder for me to make decisions like that. I think online it makes it a little bit easier for me to make decisions. Mainly because I don't have feelings getting in the way, or other people's feelings get in the way. I can usually just base it off of what's actually true or what's happening at the moment and how it's affecting people, and then boom, done. They're either gone or they're staying. I usually just dig deep into the situation than just actually just using feelings to make a decision. I literally just use logic and what's happening to other people. It's a weird mixture of like logic and other people's feelings. It's super weird. No, I mean like stressful, like other people, or harming the people in the Discord, if that makes sense. It was about kicking somebody. It was like a hacker or something like that. That's the only time I've actually had to deal with some kind of like ban. It's the only time I've ever banned anybody. Because people just notify me. It's like, hey, can you guys ban this or can you do this? I don't look at it face value. Almost anything face value, to be honest. It annoys everybody. Or annoys a lot of people. That I don't look at things at face value, but whatever. Be closed-minded if you want to. Trust what people do, not what they say. Just remember that. This perception is everything. Don't get me wrong, there's a few mods, I have no idea where they're at. Like my cousin, I have no idea what he's doing. I don't know what he's doing right now. I haven't seen him in forever. At least it feels like it. I haven't seen him since like March. Which feels like an eternity at this point. Surprisingly. The only reason I didn't stream a couple days ago for the last 3 days is because I was trying to either fix the time-lapse or work on the time-lapse. Usually I try to do it daily around 8:30 and 9:30. This week and probably for a while it's going to be different. Because I may actually be getting a job. An actual job in sales. For once, a job I actually want to do. Oh, well, besides this week, I'm gonna get some decent stuff. I'm helping out somewhere for like a little less than a week. Oh yeah, being strict and nice is kind of difficult. I kind of go too far sometimes. I'm pretty good at balancing strict and being nice at the same time. Generally, I just use the truth to do that. The truth does that for me, so I guess I don't have to worry about that. But yeah, it's I'm gonna have to move it from 8:30, 9:30 p.m. Central US time to probably strictly to 7:30, something like that. Probably maybe closer to 6:30 actually. 6:30, 7:30. Quite significant. Yeah, finally. It's not even for like enjoyment, it's just more for fulfillment. I know most people don't like sales, but honestly, in a way I kinda do like it. Hopefully I get it though. What's up, Jason? Literally, I think the only time I actually initiate with people is if I'm trying to help somebody. I'm not kidding either. Or I'm trying to prove something to somebody, then I'll initiate. But generally speaking, I just kinda don't initiate whatsoever, obviously, because of introvertedness, but being an introvert, obviously responding, but still, literally the few times I'll comfortably initiate is when I'm trying to help somebody. I did it during, I did a little bit of customer service just to see how it felt. It felt pretty good, not gonna lie. It was at a lumber place where I helped load stuff. It's pretty nice. I got pretty comfortable with it after a while. Yeah, that's good. They have like 10 messages, and yeah, definitely just do that. That little pizza one did pretty well. Yeah, it's kind of something though. Yeah, it helped me initiate with people, mainly, not even really talk to people. Funny enough, I hate small talk, but I like helping people with things. Like, I'll do that pretty comfortably, but I won't, I can't do small talk, because it doesn't mean anything. I can't really help them with anything, it's super weird. It's the complete opposite of most people, actually. Most people actually don't really ask other people for help, or ask them if they need help. Generally, random people, that is. I can do it pretty easily, though. Not gonna lie. But when it comes to small talk, funny enough, people can do small talk with strangers, but won't help them. But it's the complete opposite. It's super weird. But they won't help them or ask to help them. I mean, there's some few people, don't get me wrong, the more mature, or the more... Yeah, I don't know. Well, I really only help with, talking to people if I know I can help them, though, that's the thing. If I know I can help them, then I'll do it, but... The weird thing is, a lot of people don't really know how, like, charitable I can technically be. Because of how cold I could be as well, if that makes sense. Like, literally when I sell things, like my games, and I usually target specific people that I know would like this system, game, computer, monitor, stuff like that. It's like, hey, I remember you wanted this, it's like, here, you can have this. And I will devalue it a ton, just so they can get a good deal out of it. It's kind of weird. Like, it's super self-sacrificing, or it's like, if people wonder why I devalue, it's like, I don't really care too much about the money itself. It's like, I really only care about giving this away. It's also about getting something new as well. It's kind of a weird mixture of both of those. What's up? Let's go, lol. Or lol, let's go, lol. Okay, that's weird. What do you mean value? Well, I know what people value. I know the well, here's the thing though, when I'm selling something, I know the value of the product. I'm basing it off of, obviously, what the original value of the original object was. And also I'm basing it off of subjective value as well, of how much did I use this product. Also, don't forget, I don't really like, I'm not saying I don't take care of my stuff, but like honestly I don't just pay attention that much about it, if that makes sense. I'll take care of other people's stuff, but I won't take care of my own stuff that well, at least. I can do it a little bit. Especially if something bad happens in the past, I can remember it, or sort of remember to do better. yeah. It's kind of weird. It's like people wonder why I don't talk that much. It's like, well, what the heck is there to talk about? And honestly, a lot of conversations that I know of that people talk about constantly, I have no interest in. It has to be a topic that's very interesting to me. Like, I want to be able to get my friend group to be able to talk about personality typing and analytical psychology eventually, or at least typing. Because I know most of them are intuitive types. They at least have some interest in, especially introvert intuitives, have some interest in this science. I would love to talk to them about that a little bit more. Discuss potential theories and stuff like that. And like friends and types and even like animated characters and stuff like that. That's interesting, to be honest with you. That's pretty fun to get into. Honestly, it's like a whole new world once you start learning this science. You have a whole new perspective on people in general. Oh my god, that's actually really funny. That's true. It is kind of annoying how stern some people are when it comes to stuff like that. It's quite annoying. To be fair though, when I transition to a different side of my mind, which is how I'm able to do so well with selling and stuff like that, and I'm able to talk really well compared to my natural state, it becomes more like a, what's it called? I don't know, what was I talking about? I forgot. What was I just mentioning? I have no idea what I was actually gonna mention. I'm really only comfortable with transitioning if I either talk about something that's meaningful, like on these streams I talk about stuff that's meaningful all the time, or when I'm helping somebody. That's really about it. Other than that, that's really all I really initiate for. What's that, Ruskov? Skov? Does anybody... What layer was... Oh my god. What layer was I on at the beginning of the stream? Can anybody check real fast? God dang it. Screw it. Screw you, Iron. Was I... There's no way. Was I really? Come on. Okay, never mind. That's kind of crazy. I thought I went faster than that. Whatever. Oh well. It's gonna take a little bit longer than I thought. Are you sure it's 14? I feel like I'm going quicker than that though for some reason. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm just going really slow for some reason. Whatever. What's up? Hi, hello. Dang. Okay, never mind then. Oh, okay. I don't think I was actually paying attention, to be honest. Oh well, I could finish this tomorrow. I'm not too sure though. I have to do quite the work though tomorrow because I have to do 8 layers, which is like I think 2 layers equivalency. I think I could be wrong about that though. Completely wrong about that actually. Maybe. I just thought about something. I don't really blink that often. Or breathe. Almost at all, to be honest. It's kind of funny. What's up, Die Bunny? Also, I forgot to mention Die Bunny. I have a reasoning why gravity is metaphysical. I know it's weird bringing this up now, but gravity is metaphysical. It is. I did some research. So we were kind of half right. We were both right in certain situations. Since we had 2 arguments, you were right in one, I was right in the other. I have efficiency 5, I'm breaking 3, mending 1, silk touch 1. It is metaphysical. You said gravity was space-time, at the bend of space-time, right? Well, space-time is metaphysical, so if you're bending something metaphysical, then it's metaphysical. There you go. That's my explanation. If you're going by the definition of gravity, which is the bend of space-time, space-time is 3D plane with... It's a 3-dimensional plane with 4-dimensional with time. With the 4th dimension of time, which is, it's still metaphysical, and the bend of something metaphysical is metaphysical. There you go. I will sort of agree with you on gravity not being a force, though. I will agree with you on that one. It is not a force. Sort of. Not a force. It kinda depends on the definition. You said... Look up space-time. Die Bunny, look up space-time. I already did my research. Look up space-time. What is space-time? Look up space-time. still not gonna believe gravity is still metaphysical. Because here's the thing, you know those gravitational waves are technically invisible. Look up, are gravitational waves invisible? And you'll see what I mean. Even if they technically can see them, it's still metaphysical. Yes, a perception of a four-dimensional in a 3D universe. 3D universe is a plane. It's the perception of space. The perception of space-time is a 3D plane with a fourth dimension, which is time. Time in itself is metaphysical. You can't have something that's metaphysical. Space-time is metaphysical because of time. Time is the only reason. But detectable. So you do admit. Wait, what? So you're saying they're not visible? Okay, so space-time is metaphysical because of time. Time is the reason space-time space-time is metaphysical. If that makes sense. So if you're bending time, or you're bending space-time, which is metaphysical, space-time is metaphysical, because of time, that would make gravity itself metaphysical. Because, think about this, even though gravitational waves are caused by bodies of mass that hit the field, gravitational field, if that makes sense, which create waves. That isn't technically gravity itself, if that makes sense. You said gravity is bending space-time. Or that's what they say is the general relativity. Theory of general relativity. If that makes sense. So yes. By definition of metaphysical, which I don't actually remember the exact definition of what metaphysical is, you can look into it actually. By definition of metaphysical, gravity is metaphysical on its own. And this is using your theory, this is using your definition of gravity, or the definition of gravity. What does that have to do with what I mentioned? I haven't looked into the electromagnetic spectrum, if that's actually metaphysical. The third dimension is space. It's what we live in. Fourth dimension is time. Third dimension is physical. Fourth dimension is metaphysical. I mentioned what the definition of metaphysical is. It's something you can't really like see, or you can't exactly feel, touch. It's not really in the physical realm, but you can detect it, if that makes sense. You know it's there. The metaphysical can interact with the physical, like our minds, like our cognitive functions, passing through each one of us. That's metaphysical. We know they're there, we can detect them to a degree, but it interacts with the physical mind, if that makes sense. So I'm pretty sure electromagnetic spectrum is metaphysical. I'm not certain about it. I haven't actually looked into the electromagnetic spectrum, but I'm pretty sure it's metaphysical on its own, because it's technically not, like, we know the electromagnetic spectrum is there. But after we learn that reality is about what does that say? 10 million? 1 in 10 million of reality? I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean by that. But do you still agree with me on I don't know, to be honest with you, about the electromagnetic spectrum, but yeah. I'm not too sure if you actually do agree with me with gravity being metaphysical now. Not real. Wait, what? Just because we don't have the senses to detect it does not mean that it's not real. What? So you're saying doesn't mean, wait, it does not mean that it's not real? Does that mean you could have just said does not mean that it's real? You could have just said that. No, gravity itself is not physical. Space-time is metaphysical. Is space-time metaphysical, Die Bunny? Space-time metaphysical. Because it's metaphysical. And you can't... Space-time is not 100% physical. Do you know what time is? Time is metaphysical. It can't actually be 100%. Space-time literally almost contradicts itself, to be honest with you. How could we not move through something that's not what? Well, you could literally say the same thing about our minds. How could we move through something that is not physical? Well, don't forget what space-time is. Our perception. You're talking about perception. Perception isn't reality. You know that, right? Die Bunny. Perception isn't reality. Yes, consciousness is metaphysical. Yes, it is. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell you as well. That doesn't mean it's physical, though. Time is metaphysical. Look it up. Time doesn't actually exist. It's a perception. That's metaphysical. How is that not metaphysical? Time literally is a made-up concept that is perceived by our own senses. That's metaphysical. Okay, show me time. What is time? Tell me, what is time, Die Bunny? What is time? I'm not using metaphysical wrong. Yes, time is definitely made up. The way we use time is made up. Time itself is literally made up. The word time is actually made up. Words in general are made up. The word word is made up, actually. We can't see time, we can't feel time, we can't even like track time, we can't do anything with time. Time is always running, but we can always create a standard. No, I'm not saying everything is metaphysical. I'm not saying everything is metaphysical. No, I meant time itself. We can make it as more of a standard towards things like seconds, minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, stuff like that. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. We didn't invent time. Time itself is always running, but we technically can't track it. We don't know what time is. Time is measurable. No, it is metaphysical. Do you not understand? Time is more of a concept than anything. You know that, right? But you still can't feel time itself. You can't feel it or see it. It's not in the physical realm. Am I saying that it can't be affected? No. Metaphysical things can be affected. I never said that either. I never said they can't be affected. They can. Do you understand now what I mean? Did you just say you can feel the passage? Time itself really is just a concept. It's a concept because we're basing perception. We're basing it off of perception. That means we still can't see time. It still can be affected, but we still can't see, feel, or touch time. Time itself technically isn't detectable. You can feel the passage of time. Your body degrades. I don't think you know what I mean by feel. I mean like physically feel it. Like feel, like physically feel it. Yeah, we can't feel time. Can't see it. We can't use our senses. We can only perceive it, which obviously, as you know, perception is not reality, which is the physical. Reality itself is the physical. And if it's not in the reality, then it's metaphysical. Space-time. Due to a lack of understanding? Are you kidding me? Alright. Okay, I'm gonna go and end the stream now. Sure, fine, whatever. I'll try it. I'll do it.